particularly on
Oops, hold on. Go ahead.
on October 15, 2023. Of the images, the only one of real relevance is this first image that we're looking at here. You can see, again, that he's wearing that gray sling-style bag that's consistent in appearance with the gray sling bag that was seen on the surveillance video on the day of the murder in the area of Rogers Road Apartments.
And is this what's the music associated with this every time I touch the enter button?
That's just some music that Mr. Ibarra put as a background to the particular video that he created.
What is slide 14?
Again, this is recovered from Mr. Ibarra's WhatsApp account that was backed up to his cell phone, and this is just depicting his Cash App account. He had taken a screenshot of it and that he had sent it to somebody, and it shows that his Cash App account is in his name, Jose Antonio Ibarra, and it shows that his Cash App handle is $ Jose Antonio 251998.
And is he accessing Cash App through this cell phone?
Yes, and we, in this next slide here, we went to Cash App with a subpoena to request subscriber information related to that particular Cash App account, and they were able to confirm that that account is associated with his phone number that ends in 3978 that's assigned to evidence item 1B7.
Your slide 16.
Again, this is another image of Mr. Ibarra's identification from New York found on his phone. The relevance on this one is that it was an image saved to 1B7, but it captures what we call metadata, which is basically information about the file. In this particular instance, if you see below in the metadata section, you can see that it lists Samsung and then the model, which matches 1B7. And it also provides geolocation information, meaning it's a latitude and a longitude where you can map out where that image was taken. So if you look to the right, and this is from the phone itself, that was the phone plotting where the particular image was taken. And based on my knowledge of the area, it's in the area of his apartment, 2085 South Millage Avenue.
Next slide, 17.
Again, this is the image we lost earlier from February 18, 2024. This is an image of Mr. Ibarra wearing that distinct black with white patterned shirt that he appears to be wearing when he discards the jacket on surveillance video following the murder, and again, the gray sling bag.
Your slide, I guess this would be 18.
This is, so the phone sometimes will capture money transfers that occur. In this particular instance, this is on February 21st, 2024. This occurs on the evening before the murder, and it's just showing the fact that at 9:30 p.m. there was a charge made from Mr. Ibarra's account at Tall Boy Beverage, which is a liquor store and liquor, wine, and spirits, and that's a picture of it there. That's located walking distance from his apartment.
And what is the date and time of that?
That was on February 21st, 2024 at 9:30 p.m.
I'm moving on to your slide 19.
Yeah, so now we're getting into information as it relates to the date of the murder on February 24th, 2024. Here in this slide, I'm depicting from his call log a missed call. It was placed by Mr. Ibarra using his WhatsApp account to an account used by his brother, Diego Ibarra. And as you see below, it'll highlight in a second, you can see that Diego Ibarra's uses the WhatsApp screen name Gocho Hermano. Gocho was an alias that he used, Hermano translating to brother, so essentially Gocho, my brother Gocho. And when we recovered evidence item 1B11 and downloaded that, we were able to tell that that same WhatsApp account that ends in 965 was in fact being used by Diego on that phone.
So then this would reflect, this slide would reflect Jose Ibarra calling through WhatsApp Diego Ibarra on the 22nd day of February 2024 at 2:31 in the morning?
Yes, and the call was not answered.
Okay. What is it that we are looking at the next slide, 21?
Yes, so this is a phone documents, in this instance, when an image is uploaded from the phone to his Snapchat account. So this image here is showing that at 4:30 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024, this particular image to the left is uploaded to Jose's Snapchat account. It's particularly interesting to us because he's wearing the Adidas hat, which appears to be the same Adidas hat that is worn by the subject or worn by Mr. Ibarra when he discards the jacket in the dumpster. It also is him wearing that same T-shirt that he appears to be wearing under the navy blue jacket.
Okay, I want to go back really quickly because the image that we just looked at on your slide 21, the hat looks blue, correct? Well, it does to me. My eyesight may be a little different. But you've seen this image in the returns that are in evidence, correct?
Yes.
What is the color of that Adidas hat?
It's black.
Okay, let me go back to the very first one and we can do it
There you
quickly.
go.
Okay, so you have several different images of the hat. Would that be right?
Yes.
At this exact time period, at 4 to 5 a.m. on the
Yes, in the
Wednesday.
hours leading up to the murder.
Some of them would be on his phone itself, 1B7, and then that image was uploaded to Snapchat. Would that be right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the Snap returns and in the phone itself, what color is the hat?
Black.
Okay, and is that what we see here in your very first slide, or slide 7, I think, or second slide?
Yes, it's emphasized more in this photo because it's obviously up against the navy blue jacket.
Okay.
But yes, it's black.
Thank you. And it's a better depicted, like right here, they're side by side on this slide, 222, 24, 222, 24. Do you see them side by side?
I do, and that image to the left was taken at 4:30 in the morning, and then the image to the right was at 5:37 in the morning on the date of the incident.
So these two images are separated by how much time?
So from 4:30 to 5:30, a little bit over an hour.
And in the return itself, the image that we see, just the shirt, not the jacket, the hat is what color?
Black.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Now what are we looking at, which is your slide 22?
This is going to be a video that was captured on February 22nd, 2024 at approximately 5 in the morning, and it's going to contain images of Jose as well as a Latin style song played in the background with the lyrics of the song being posted or being essentially placed on the images by Jose.
Okay, so the video was posted on what day?
On February 22nd, 2024 at 5 a.m. local time.
But we see is that Jose depicted in this image?
It is, and this video here, it wasn't posted, it was a video that was saved on the device itself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, then how is it associated with the modified date of 222? I mean, was he wearing that we just saw a photograph of this.
No. So
Okay.
why it's relevant is there's going to be several images that are posted there, and it's going to show these images that we just saw of him wearing.
I'm going to play it. Okay, so what is it that we just viewed when we hit that video?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is it that we just saw? If you could just tell us for the record, because we played.
Yes, that is a video that was created by Mr. Ibarra, and he has taken obviously that image and another image, and he's created a video, and he's placed words that are essentially the lyrics of the song over the video as it plays.
And I'm sorry, so there we go. I'm going to wait for it to play again. Okay, so did you have those words translated?
Yes, I did.
And who at the FBI did that for you?
Abasis Ramirez.
And who is Abasis Ramirez?
She's a staff operations specialist, for short, SOS, that's assigned to our office in Athens. She's essentially an analyst.
And does she speak Spanish fluently?
Yes.
And what was going on then at about 5 o'clock in the morning with this video? Well, if you could just translate it for us or tell us the English version.
Yeah, based on her translation.
is this not what we talked about? We were gonna wait on this?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
Thank you. I will wait on that.
Okay.
Thank you. We'll skip by that and we'll wait for Ms. Abasis.
I didn't read it
Yes.
for that reason.
All right, thank you.
Okay, all right.
Slide 23.
So again, this is showing another upload from the phone to Snapchat, and it shows that on February 22nd, 2024 at 5:37 a.m. The image depicted to the left, which is Jose Ibarra wearing the black Adidas hat with the navy jacket with the hood pulled up. That image was uploaded to his Snapchat account. And this is a second image that was uploaded seconds later at 5:37 a.m. Very similar image. His face is just angled a little bit differently, but as you can see, he's wearing the same clothing.
Sorry. Okay. We're going to skip this over until Ms. Obasis is there as well, okay? Ms. Ramirez, I'm sorry. So we're skipping all of these, and we're going to device events. If you could, we are now on, I believe, your slide number 27.
Yeah, so when Celebrite downloads the phone, it has the capability sometimes in showing the device events that occurred on the phone. So for example, when the phone's plugged in or when it's unplugged. In this particular instance, what we're showing here is that the device was plugged in at 9:58 in the morning on February 22nd, 2024. And why this is important is we have the murder of Laken Riley, and then of course, the murder occurs, we see Mr. Ibarra on surveillance footage at 9:44 in the morning, discarding the navy jacket that ultimately contained a mixture of Mr. Ibarra and Ms. Riley's DNA. We then see him walk towards his apartment and discard some gloves and some shrubs and then continue on towards his apartment. So that was at 9:04 in the morning, and then 14 minutes later, he's in his apartment, and we believe he's in his apartment based on location data associated with the phone, and he's plugging his phone in at 9:58 in the morning.
Your next slide.
So in the next couple slides, we're just going to show the actual user-initiated activity from the device, meaning the outgoing communications that happen on the device on February 22nd, 2024. So the last outgoing message that is sent from 1B7 is a group message. It's a video that had been deleted, so I'm unsure of the content of that video. But at 6:20 in the morning, you have an outgoing WhatsApp message from 1B7. We don't see any other outgoing calls, text messages over social media again until February 22nd, 2024 at 1:55 a.m. And that's when he responds to a WhatsApp message sent at 11:14 in the morning from Laken Mendoza, his wife. He responds to that message at 11:55 a.m. So essentially, we've got no outgoing communications on the date of the murder from 6:20 in the morning until 11:55 in the morning.
And that's outgoing communications by the user of 1B7. Now let's talk about the phone itself. If a person is not using 1B7, is the phone still collecting data?
Yes.
And what is Rubin data?
Rubin data is personalization data, and I'll just read what I have written here because it summarizes it. Samsung Rubin data is a service provided by Samsung that collects information about your devices, such as their settings, status, and stored applications. It's designed to log valuable data such as call log, text messages, contacts, and other user activity, including the device's location, from your phone, which in this case we were able to access through our Celebrite Premium Forensic tool. So we were essentially able to download this data. And according to Samsung, we spoke with representatives from Samsung to learn more about it. They stated that the user of the device would have to opt in.
Yeah, that's a.
There's no objections.
Yes, Your Honor. You're saying confrontation clause?
Yeah. I'll cover that with our next witness who's an expert on this issue. Let's go to Snapchat.
So, of course, we saw those images that were uploaded from the phone to Snapchat. So then, to be thorough, our next step was to go to Snapchat with a search warrant just to be able to corroborate what we were seeing and get the records directly from Snapchat.
And were you able to corroborate the things you saw on the phone through Snapchat?
Yes, we were. We were also able to identify other images of importance, again, showing Mr. Ibarra wearing that black and white T-shirt that was on February 17th in the sling bag, and then again on February 17th, we see that image that we've already seen several times.
Yep.
And then we're able to corroborate the fact that at 4:30 in the morning, he posted that image to his Snapchat account, which matches what we saw on the phone. Snapchat's able to give us geolocation information associated with that. When we map that out, it appears that the image was posted when he was at his apartment or in the area of his apartment. Again, what we just covered at 5:37, the same images that we're seeing on the phone are in fact in the Snapchat records. And those are the two images of him wearing the navy blue jacket and the black hat. And in both those images geolocate to the area of his apartment D126.
And that's what you just told us. Am I going the wrong way? No. Google records.
Yeah, so as mentioned, we did obtain Google records on multiple accounts. And so this particular account here, the Jose Ibarra 251998@gmail.com, was connected to evidence item 1B7 phone. And through these records, we're able to see that the account was created on August 27, 2023, is subscribed in the name Jose Ibarra. And it also shows that this particular account was logged into on the date of the murder at 3:07 in the morning.
TikTok.
So we went to TikTok to obtain records from them as well, pursuant to a search warrant. And the records here are in relation to an account used by Mr. Ibarra in the name Victor Franco, which, as I mentioned, is an alias used by him. And so these records are showing that the account is in that name. It shows that it was created on February 13th, 2024. And it also shows an associated Facebook account with the same name. And then when we look further into the records, we see this is just a sampling of a selfie image, which is a profile picture providing further evidence he's the user of the account, as well as a video from that particular account showing that he's using it.
And does that complete your review of 1B7?
Yes.
And was there any evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra was using 1B7 phone?
No, and on the particular day of the murder, he was logged into multiple accounts and was communicating using multiple accounts, that being WhatsApp, TikTok, Snapchat. So no, there was no evidence of anybody else using the phone.
Did you also review 1B11, which is Diego Ibarra's phone?
I did.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about that phone and what was in it.
Yeah, so it's a Motorola Moto G Play phone. It was assigned cell phone number 404-416-5213. And I listed the device identifiers. I could read them in the record if you need me to.
That's okay.
Okay. And so what we were able to do, before we get into it, so these particular records, when the extraction occurred, when the Cellbrite that extracted the records, when it produced them, they were actually produced in local time, so there's no need to do that 5-hour conversion. So what we see on the records is real time here in Athens, Georgia.
Did Diego Ibarra have service to that phone?
No, not at the time. Not on February 22nd, 2024, there was no cellular service to that device.
So because of that, what are we looking at here for the next slide, which is your slide number 47?
This is just showing the outgoing activity from that particular device. So as I mentioned, it did not have cell phone service, but he appeared to be using the internet on it, or he had an internet connection somehow. And so that shows that at 3:19 a.m. he sent an outgoing email was sent from that device to hello@poweredbypercent.com email address. There was no content associated with that email, but that is the last outgoing communication on the date of the murder. And then the next outgoing communication would be a WhatsApp message that was sent at 3:24 in the afternoon on February 22nd. So we have no outgoing communications on February 22nd between 3:19 in the morning and 3:24 p.m. in the afternoon.
And
And
is
then-
there any, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry, go ahead. That's fine.
I was going to ask you, are you able to get any geolocation data off of 1B11?
No, so this is a Motorola cell phone. It's a phone that you would typically buy at Walmart with a prepaid service, so it wasn't a very, what I would call advanced phone. A Samsung, like we saw Mr. Ibarra had, is a far better phone than a Motorola phone. So it did not collect the same amount of information that the Samsung phone collected as far as location information.
What about cell phone records for that phone, 1B11?
Yeah, so we went to Verizon with a search warrant in an effort to get location records associated with the number assigned to 1B11. We were able to get some records related to that particular phone number. However, we were able to see that it was not active on February 22nd. There was no service provided to the phone, and the last activity appeared to be between February 10th, 2024 and February 12th, 2024. So no activity after February 12th.
No cellular activity?
No cell phone activity, no IP activity. And we also went to Track Phone, because Track Phone is a prepaid service that uses Verizon's network. We went to them, and they essentially provided the same information.
So there was just no service to that phone?
Yes.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Your Honor, before I begin, I want to enter into the record a stipulation between the parties. This will be admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. The stipulation covers basically how the cell phone data was extracted, how the defense counsel gained access to that data, and it addresses my motion to reconsider and motion to suppress, as well as listing the various accounts that were found on phone 1B7. May I approach and... May I approach that? May I approach?
Stipulated by prosecution of the defense, B1 is admitted.
Agent Hipkiss, in your testimony, you stated that there was no evidence that anyone other than Jose Ibarra used phone 1B7.
Yes.
You are aware that
On the date of the murder.
Okay, that was kind of where I'm glad you said that. You are aware that there actually is evidence that other people used phone on prior dates.
There's no substantial evidence to indicate that anybody used his phone for any significant period of time, but as we highlighted on direct, Diego did have an account associated, 2 accounts associated with that phone that had been accessed at an unknown time. However, in relation to the period leading up to the murder, Jose Ibarra was using that phone.
Following up on your substantial use, you're aware that the phone 1B7 was used to access the app Grindr,
Yes.
and you're aware that Grindr is an application, a way for people to communicate, and it's particular to the homosexual community.
Yes.
And you are aware that Detective Norris and Raboud followed up on some of those contacts that were obtained from this phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And you're aware that other people identified different users of that phone besides Jose Ibarra.
Objection to characterization of that testimony.
I can rephrase to make it clearer, Your Honor, but there is evidence that we're just trying to get on the record. When they said there's no substantial use or no substantial evidence of anyone else using the phone, that opened the door to this impeachment evidence.
I would disagree that it's impeachment. I'm going to object to the form of the question, and maybe it can be broken down in a different way.
Yes, Your Honor. I guess I'll start by saying, have you read the detective's report in this case, Detective Norris and Detective Abood?
No.
Okay. Are you aware at all of their investigation?
Yes, I've worked with them on this investigation, but obviously I'm more aware of what my personal involvement was.
Sure. You're aware that Detective Norris and Abood followed up on some of the contacts obtained from Grindr on 1-7?
Yes, I am aware that they went out and interviewed people. I was not present for those interviews, so I'm not aware of what was said.
Sure. You're also aware that some of those contacts from Grindr also texted through WhatsApp this phone number.
Right, to Jose's WhatsApp. So essentially, several of those messages transitioned from Grindr to the WhatsApp account used by Jose.
And you're aware that when asked who they were communicating with via the WhatsApp account, they identified someone other than Jose Ibarra.
I'm not aware. I wasn't present for that interview, so I haven't read their reports. I'm not aware of what was said.
Okay. On the list of Gmail accounts that you saw, I want to just kind of talk about a couple of them. One of them was mendomailing26@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Jose's mother-in-law, her name was Mailing?
Yes.
And for the record, Mailing is spelled M-A-Y-L-I-N-G. You're also aware that there was a Gmail account on there, Franco, F-R-A-N-C-O, LOLO529@gmail.com.
Yes.
And you're aware that Layling, his wife, that was maiden name was Franco.
Yes.
And Layling, for the record, spelled L-A-Y-L-I-N-G. Besides Diego's Gmail account, there also was data on 1B7 suggesting that his Facebook account had been logged into.
Yes.
And he had two separate Facebook accounts that he logged into on 1B7. Or that were logged into Diego Ibarra's Facebook on 1B7.
I'm aware of just one, and that being Gocho Franco account. I'm not aware of two. I'm aware of two total accounts that are related to Diego, one being the Gmail account, what we discussed, which was deleted on January 16th, 2024, so over a month before the murder occurred. Additionally, I'm aware of a Facebook account, yes, and that being with the screen name Gocho Franco. And I did do additional research on that particular account, and we received records from Google pursuant to a subpoena and a court order, and the records reflected that that Facebook account had not been logged into since January 25th, 2024.
So what
also,
year that we're talking about, in 2024, Diego's Facebook account was logged into?
yes, but it was never logged into in any. That was as close to the murder as we were able to see any sort of. And to be frank, we don't know that he logged in from that device on January 25th, 2024. That was the last activity on that account.
Sure.
The Celebrite report does not reflect any information of when those accounts were logged into.
So you can't say for certain when the last were logged into on 1B7?
No, but based on my experience, I've reviewed a lot of phones. If somebody was actively using those accounts on the phone, like we would see some sort of messaging or emails to.
He's permitted to explain his answer.
Normally, we would see additional information of those accounts being used if they were being used in relation to the murder. There was no evidence to support that. It just, all that it showed was at some point in time that device would have accessed those accounts. And again, both those accounts One was deleted on January 6th, the Gmail, or 16th, excuse me, the Gmail account, and then the Facebook account had not been logged into from any device since January 25th, 2024.
But to answer my question, the dates on the phone didn't tell you when they were logged into the Facebook account for Diego Ibarra.
No, the only information that was associated with those accounts was the actual account names, and that was it.
Also, in the user account section of the cell phone, there was a user account for a Rhodes Bailey Flores Bello Facebook. Do you recall seeing that?
Can you give me the account name, please?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach and retrieve the stipulation on
May.
It's not in the stipulation. Do you recall, you can say yes or no, do you recall seeing?
No, I don't recall any account with Rose Valley Flores Bello by that name being on the phone.
Your Honor, I'm going to request, consider taking a lunch break right now. I do need to print out the information that the agent is requesting to see. I don't have it printed. I apologize about that.
You want to be heard on break now? I don't know what
No, sir.
schedule is or anything like that, so
At the court's pleasure. That's
good.
break now.
Sure. All right, we'll go take lunch back in an hour, 1:30.
Agent Hipkiss, I'm going to pick up right where we left off.
Yes, ma'am.
Would you take a moment and glance at those documents that we didn't?
Yes, ma'am.
So when you're looking at the Cellbrite reader where all of the data from the phone is located, one way you can sort the data is by data type. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And so if you look at the user accounts section of data, it will show you anytime a user account was associated with this phone. Is that right?
Yes, it doesn't say exactly when, but it just associates that a particular account with the phone, meaning that it was likely accessed at some point in time.
Right. And as you testified earlier, you could then go and do further research elsewhere or on other places on the phone or external records to figure out when it was used. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to direct your attention to Defendants 3. Can you please describe what we're looking at Defendants 3?
Yes, Defense Exhibit 3 is a screenshot of a Facebook Messenger account for Rosebelly Flores.
And is this an accurate copy of what you would see on the reader when you're looking at the cell phone extraction?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move Defense Exhibit 3 into evidence.
No objection.
3 is admitted. You skipped 2, correct? I
Yes,
didn't miss 2.
you-
Okay, that's fine.
I skipped 2, and in fact, thank you, Your Honor. Defense Exhibit 2, which one is that?
That is the Facebook account for Gocho Franco.
Gojo Franco. And does this appear to be an accurate screenshot of what information is captured on the Cellbrite Reader Report?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd like to move Defense 2 into evidence.
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And then lastly, Defense 4, can you describe that for us?
It is a Facebook account associated with Diego Jose Ibarra.
Okay. And does this appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the information contained on the Cellbrite Reader Report?
Yes.
This time we'd like to move Defense 4 into evidence.
No objection.
4 is admitted.
Now, Detective, I'm going to hand you a document for you to review, but don't say anything in the record about it just yet.
Thank you.
So, Agent Hipkiss, I don't want you to go into the content, but can you validate the Defense 5's report you wrote?
Yes.
And everything in that report is accurate to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, this time we're not admitting Defense 5. It may become relevant later in the trial, but I just wanted to be authenticated while the agent was here. The last questions I have for you, Agent Hipkiss, are about Diego's phone 1B11.
Yes, ma'am.
That phone took the longest for agents to get into, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain why that was?
Because we did not know the passcode for that particular device, and it was originally seized by University of Georgia Police Department, and they attempted to extract it on their end initially using a gray key, which caused the device to essentially power off and power back on. In that particular instance, it becomes more difficult to crack the passcode, which would ultimately be the reason why it took longer to get into the device.
Okay. And you eventually were able to get into it using the software that the FBI had available to it?
Yes, our digital forensic examiner, Special Agent Candace Hunter, was ultimately able to get into the device in August.
And you would agree with me that 1B11 doesn't have much, if any, location data on it?
No, but as I mentioned earlier, it doesn't surprise me in that particular model of phone. It's a Motorola cell phone. As I mentioned earlier, when you compare them, I would compare, in layman's terms, I guess, if you were comparing that particular Motorola cell phone to a Samsung Galaxy phone, that's like comparing a go-kart to a race car. You know, so it wouldn't surprise me that there isn't as much data. It's not collecting as much data as a Samsung Galaxy device would collect from the user.
And I believe you also testified that it was a Wi-Fi phone. like it only had the capacity to hook up to Wi-Fi?
That's correct. So there was a SIM card in the phone with a phone number that was assigned to it, which was provided service by Verizon. And so we went to Verizon with a search warrant, and yes, it showed that the service had been discontinued or hadn't been used since on or about February 12th, 2024. So at the time of the murder, no, there was no service on that device, cellular service.
Which means you also can't get a cell tower location for that device on the day of the murder.
Yes.
And are you aware if Mr. Ibarra was ever asked for a passcode to make his phone cracking easier?
I'm not aware. I never personally interviewed him, so I'm not sure if he was or wasn't asked.
Okay. Thank you, Agent.
Thank you.
Briefly, in your analogy you gave us, which phone, for the record, so we can be clear, would be the go-kart?
The go-kart would be the Motorola Moto G phone, which was seized from Diego Ibarra.
And which phone would be the race car?
The Samsung Galaxy 14, referred to by us as FBI evidence item 1B7, that was associated with Jose Ibarra.
You are the one who notified I always put an A in it, UGPD, University of Georgia PD, about the Grindr messages?
Yeah, actually our analyst did, because the messages were in Spanish and I don't speak Spanish, so she had done a more extensive review of those messages. But yes, I mean, I was involved in some of those communications.
And your analyst would be Ms. Ramirez?
Yes.
And the timing of when those messages were relayed would have been October of 2023?
Yeah, so the content of those messages were between October and November of 2023, with like it appearing to be the last any sort of activity with Grindr on that device being on January 25th, 2024.
The accounts, the Google and the Facebook accounts of Diego that were found on the device 1B7, for lack of a better term, could not have been accessed after February 10th of 2025 for the Google, is that right?
Yes.
And is that because the account ceased to exist after that point, correct?
Yes, his account was deleted on January 16th, 2024.
And then the Facebook account was deleted January 25th of 2024?
Yes, the Gocho Franco. It wasn't deleted. It just didn't have activity, IP activity, indicating it was being used after January 25th, 2024.
And that is all I have. Thank you.
Anything else, Ms. Beck?
No, Your Honor.
Can you be excused?
Yes.
Be excused.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Call your next witness.
State calls the basis Ramirez.
Before we get to Ms. Ramirez, I've got a motion to eliminate that I feel like we need to just take up before we get to the testimony.
Okay.
My understanding is that the state intends to introduce phone calls. Is this right, between Jose Ibarra and Laken Franco, and well, just one. It would be for one or for 50, because I don't think that my understanding is that Ms. Franco is not coming to testify in this case. Obviously, there would be two parts of the conversation. My guess is that the state intends to introduce these phone calls with the theory that they would be admissions by Mr. Ibarra. However, without Ms. Franco here to testify, certainly they would be hearsay, and so we would make an objection on those grounds. We would also make an objection on confrontation grounds. We cannot confront Ms. Franco about the substance of those phone calls and whether or not what is being relayed by the FBI in this case, or the FBI translator in this case, would be her sense of what was going on or her intentions as part of that conversation. In fact, in this particular case, we know from some of the evidence that when the police did speak with Ms. Franco, that she had differing views of her intentions of conversations. And so without her here, that would violate Mr. Ibarra's right to confrontation. We also have some information that she was working for the FBI. We would not be able to confront her about any potential biases or favor or threats that she received in that sense. And in addition to that, we believe that Ms. Franco would have the ability to assert her marital privilege as it related to these conversations. And without her here to testify about that, we would not know what the answers to those questions would be. It will save, if we will, a foundation for any, an objection to the foundation for any introduction of those phone calls. But I think that confrontation, hearsay, perhaps marital privilege, and in addition to that, best evidence, if the state intends to introduce simply the translation by Agent Ramirez.
Ms. Jackson, you want to respond?
Yes, I'll start first with the issue regarding the spousal privilege, and I will call the court's attention to the case of Chadwick versus the state. The site on that is 176 Georgia App 296, and in that case, the Court of Appeals held that the marital privilege does not apply to jail calls because they are not private conversations. The state would be introducing testimony or foundational elements showing that those phone calls are actually preceded by notice that the phone calls are being recorded and they are not private. And as we well know, once a third party or someone else listening into a privileged conversation is introduced and those parties are given notice, that privilege no longer exists. Regarding the issue around hearsay and the confrontation clause, we call the court's attention to Carter versus the state 302 Georgia 200. That's a 2017 case. And in that case, the Supreme Court addressed the issue of hearsay and confrontation clause arguments in the context of jail calls. And in that case, the Supreme Court actually held that when that testimony or that recording is being offered, both sides of a conversation need to be offered, one side being the admission of the party opponent, the second part of that conversation being used to provide context so that the fact finder can truly evaluate the content of that call. That would be an exception to the hearsay rule and does not violate the confrontation clause.
Okay. I'll give you a last say if you want it. I missed the part about it being a jail call when you made your motion.
Well, Judge, I think that there are still issues with confrontation that should be addressed. However, in addition to that is the best evidence rule. And my understanding is that the state intends to offer this conversation through a translation by Agent Ramirez. And if the state is intending to do that, we would ask to be heard on foundational elements, as well as the problem with not having a court certified interpreter to play that. If they were going to play the phone call and have you listen to it, like they would if they didn't need an interpreter, I think that would be one thing. If we were listening to it contemporaneously and having a court interpreter interpret it, that may solve one of their problems. I still don't think that would solve the confrontation issue, but we would ask that it be done like that, not an introduction of a translation by a third party.
Okay. We'll take up that objection as it develops, but I'm going to, at this point, deny the motion and eliminate. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you raise your right hand? Yes. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to present to this court on the state of Georgia versus Jose Antonio Ibarra shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Will you state your name for the record?
My name is Abesis, Abeis, last name Ramirez, Ramirez.
And how are you employed?
I am a staff operations specialist / tactical specialist with the Federal Bureau of Investigations, and I'm assigned to the office here in Athens.
And how long have you been employed by the FBI?
I have been with the FBI since June of 2019.
And what do your duties include?
My duties include providing analytical assistance to drive cases forward for FBI and law enforcement partners.
What does that mean for those of us who don't work in that field?
That can mean anything from maybe listening to jail calls. If they have some people that they're looking into for a case, I'm able to try to find as much information that I can on those individuals so that the agents can make decisions on how to proceed forward.
And do you have any special training?
Yes, I attended a 6-week training in FBI Quantico.
And does part of your duties include translating jail calls or any other content
Yes.
for the FBI? Can you tell us about that process?
So since I speak Spanish, I requested to be tested for reading and listening through the Language and Assessment Unit at headquarters. Once I take my tests, they score and they will deem whether you're proficient or not, and I received my scores and I was marked as proficient.
Okay. And are you a native speaker?
Yes, I am.
What where are you from, or where's your family from?
My dad's from the Dominican Republic and my mom's from Costa Rica.
And do you speak Spanish regularly?
Yes, I do.
And do you understand different dialects of Spanish?
Yes, I do.
And what does your proficiency rating allow you to do for the FBI?
My proficiency rating allows me to monitor Title IIIs, review jail calls. I can also review like phones or any documents and provide translations for those.
Okay, and what is a Title III?
Title III is when like a wiretap on a phone.
Okay, and I understand that you were you assigned to work on the case involving State of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra?
Yes, I was.
And what were your duties what were you assigned to do in this case?
I was assigned to monitor his jail calls and then provide any assistance translating anything that was in Spanish as needed.
Did you, by any chance, were you called upon to translate some videos made by the defendant on February 22nd? Early
Yes.
morning hours of February 22nd.
Yes, I was.
And for whom did you do those translations?
I did those translations for Special Agent Jamie Hipkiss.
And, Your Honor, if I may play the videos.
Give me just a moment. Jackson, is the state's position that Ms. Franco's side of the conversation is being offered for the truth of the matter?
Our position is that the side of the conversation is offered to provide the fact finder with the context and setup of the conversation. Because if you were just listening to the words of one person as part of a conversation, it would be difficult to have an understanding of what that person's intent was.
So your answer is no, it's not being offered for the truth?
That's correct, Your Honor. Yes,
I'm not
and
trying
my answer is no.
I'm not trying to lead you. I'm
No,
just
the
trying
answer
to
is no,
figure
Your
out
Honor.
the answer to my question.
The answer is no. It's being, like I said in my argument, it's being provided for the purpose of showing the context of the conversation.
Okay, and I thought that's what you said the first time. I saw you standing up. I'll hear from you.
Judge, I think inherent in that would be a requirement of the fact finder to believe that what one side of the conversation is saying is true in order to put any meaning on the other side of the conversation. The whole point of understanding it is that you have to believe that both sides are true or neither side's true unless we were able to confront the witness that was making those statements.
So typically, this is where it becomes interesting with me being the trier of fact, because as we know, typically I would be listening to the motion in limine and hearing the recording outside the presence of a jury and making a decision. But as we sit here at this point, I haven't heard it. So here's the way we're going to proceed. We're going to go ahead and I'm going to hear it, and then I'll consider whether or not I'm going to consider it. I think that's all I can do.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Right now, we will go forward and play the slides from Agent Kiss's presentation that were translated by Specialist Ramirez. Okay, we'll start first with slide 22. There is Spanish on the, can you see the slide?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and what do those words say?
It's saying one time, Ozuna said.
Excuse me, Judge. Just for clarification purposes for Ms. Beck's previous witness, I believe that she had made a relevancy objection to those lyrics being intended to prove anything as it resulted, or as it happened in this case, or any material fact in this case. And so I don't know if we had gotten a ruling on that relevancy objection before she went there.
We did. I did rule on that. Go back and see. I indicate that I did, but I am finding it relevant for denying the objection based on relevance.
Thank you, Judge.
All right.
Okay, let's go to slide 20. And the translation.
Yes, that is accurate.
And can you read the translation for the court?
Yes. It says, they want to see me fail, but I won't let them. My heart is that of a warrior. That's how the game rules are, and whoever breaks them will pay.
Okay, let's go on to the next one.
Yo necesito ganas, no querer ganar. Y si algún día perdiese mi miedo a perder, me duele haber corrido para no llegar. No sé que el camino es la meta también. Ya me crecieron miedos que nunca eduqué. Y me salen respuestas por no preguntar.
Okay, did you translate this one as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay, what does this, how did you translate that music?
It says, I need motivation, not wanting to win. And if one day I lost my fear of losing, it hurts to have run, not to arrive. Now I know that the journey is also the goal. I've grown fears that I never educated, and I know the answers for not asking.
Okay, thank you. Is that the last one? Okay.
This one says, I started, gave it all, fought, I trusted, but in love I didn't do so well. I kept going, I tried, I fell, I got up.
Thank you. So now let's talk about you monitoring jail calls. You mentioned that that is part of your duties and that you were assigned to do that as part of this case.
Yes, ma'am.
When did you start monitoring jail calls?
I started monitoring Jose's calls March of 2024.
Okay. And then how do you get access to the jail call system?
I was provided a login, a username and password from an administrative officer with the Clark County Sheriff's Office.
And what system is used to monitor and record jail calls by Clark County Sheriff's Department?
Securus.
Okay. And essentially, how does it work?
So normally I would log on to Securus. I am able to search for someone who's incarcerated at the jail by name or their ID. I'm also able to search by numbers that are dialed, and this helps me narrow down the calls that I'm listening to.
So how
So does that complete your 911 call?
Yes.
And at the end of it, you say, I see them. Who were you talking about that you saw?
2 police officers.
Were they at your front door?
Yes.
And did you open your door to them?
Yes.
And did you tell them what you saw?
Yes.
And what had happened?
They came in, asked me what happened, took my statement, and then they left.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 276. Do you recognize those windows?
Yes.
What are they?
They're my windows.
And is that how your blinds were that morning
Yeah.
of the 22nd day of February?
Yes.
State would move to admit States 276.
No objection.
276, you said?
Yes.
276 is admitted.
May I publish?
Yes.
So show us, and if you could show the court, in States 276 that we are looking at here, is that how your blinds were open?
Yes.
And can you show us on 276 on what is my right of the photo, which window is this?
That is the living room window,
And which window is the other window on the left side?
bedroom window.
The individual that you saw when you said they went around back and tried to look in, if you could demonstrate for the court, how did they do that? Were they on the brick? Were they right in the middle of the window? And which window was it, first of all?
So they were on the living room window,
So that would be where my pen is?
yes,
Okay, go ahead.
and they were to the brick wall side. The body was there, yes, and their head. I could see their head through the window,
Okay. And can you show us how, could you see their body or their head?
just their head.
Show us how that person, you were able to see the head but not the body. If you could, stand up with the court's permission, step down, and just using this door frame here, show us. Okay?
So it was like, or I guess, like this.
So their back was to the brick,
Yeah.
and their head was through your window.
Yes.
And you could see their head in your window.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. When you said, excuse me, through the door, did that person say anything back to you?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's all I have, thank you.
Good afternoon, is it Ms. Saraswati?
Yes.
I want to start with that head you were describing just a second ago. Were you able to see any of the face?
No, I was not.
You only saw the cap
Yes.
and the hood covering the cap.
Yes.
Okay. And on the 911 call, when you're kind of describing what happened, you say that you're not really sure if it's a man or a woman,
Yes.
and you describe them as wearing a black hat and a black jacket.
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Anything else, Mr. Walsh?
No, sir.
Should be excused.
Yes, sir.
All right. Excuse me.
Thank you.
You can call your next witness.
State calls Officer Simon, and I just need to talk to her about transportation. Raise your right hand. Yes, sir. Do you swear affirm the testimony you will give today in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please take a seat. State your first and last name and spell it for Madam Court Reporter.
Jonathan Simon, Jonathan, Simon, Simon.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer with the University of Georgia Police Department. I've been doing that for the past 3 years.
What are your duties and responsibilities there?
Primarily answering calls for service, patrolling around for issues of safety, of matter of life and property, and enforcing the state of Georgia laws.
Were you working in that capacity on the 22nd day of February 2024?
I was.
Did you respond to a 911 call made by a student, Tasia Suisse Aralapi, at 310 Rogers Road?
I did.
Is 310 Rogers Road in Athens, Clark County, Georgia?
It is.
About what time did you get the call, and about how long did it take you to get there?
I got the call at 7:09 in the morning, and I arrived on scene at approximately 8:06 in the morning.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Yes. Were you wearing your body cam that day?
I was.
And have you had a chance to look at the contents of State's Exhibit 277?
I did.
What is State's 277?
This is going to be my body camera footage for this time frame.
And does it fairly and accurately depict those recordings, and is a true and accurate recording of your body cam from the 22nd day of February 2024?
It is.
So we move to admit 277 and request permission to publish.
277 is admitted. You may play it.
I am going to speed up a little bit in your body cam so we don't watch all of it. Do you see the counter at the top?
Yes.
13:06 on 2/22 of 24. Is that in UTC time?
It is approximately 5 hours before, so it'd be 8 in the morning, I believe, if my math is correct.
8:06.
8:06, yes.
Do we see in this frame Building S?
Yes.
And what type of building is Building S?
Building S is a University Village housing. It's going to be housing primarily for grad students or international students. It's in an apartment format sort of style.
I want to fast forward to when you get to the apartment door. I'm going to stop you there at 13:07. Is that the front door to 114?
It is?
Tell us about that door. Is there a screen door?
Yes, it's a screen door up front, and then there's going to be a larger metal door right behind it.
So do we see the screen door there in the center of the frame?
Yes. The person that we see in the center of the frame now at 13:07, who is that? That is going to be the caller, Ms. Taylor Sweet. She seemed very unsettled, very scared in the moment, understandably so. So primarily I was just trying to use my best customer service voice to try to calm her down in that situation.
And you responded, and did other UGA police officers also respond?
Yes, I was the initial response officer getting information from her. We had other units around the area searching for a potential suspect going on from there.
I'm sorry, your voice trailed off a little bit because somebody moved in the chair.
I'm sorry about that.
A little louder. You responded, others responded to do what?
They were searching the area for, the call came out as an individual jiggling a door handle, and so that individual looking through the window and left the area. So they were in that surrounding area looking for that individual.
And then when you say that surrounding area, this area around Building S?
Yes.
Hey, can I come in or do you already?
I want to stop right there. Do you see her back windows to the living room?
Yes.
All right. Can you point to those for the court?
This is going to be the back windows up there.
The only windows we see in the frame, and there is a pointer.
Oh, gotcha. It's going to be right here.
You got to go up behind you because
there we go.
no, we can't.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Right there.
And how would you describe her blinds?
They're open at the moment.
So I'm just gonna get one thing over the radio. 6427. I believe it's gonna be the north facing at the end of the building. Hey, so you okay? Oh gosh, I understand you a little bit scary. I'm just gonna be asking you a couple questions, get some clarifying information, okay?
And without going through everything she said to you, did she eventually tell you somebody tried to get in her apartment?
Yes.
And did she say that she saw the person on the back? back of the apartment and the blinds that we just saw.
Yes, she said it was the same individual.
And what did that person do in the back?
Walking by, it's just that he looked into the open window, looking inside the room.
You're taking a shower, correct? And you've heard something going on?
Yeah, I heard like something is moving, and I just heard someone from upstairs. Maybe like I usually hear that. And then when I actually came out, I heard it coming from the door.
Are you heard it coming from this door?
Yes.
Okay.
So I went to see through the people, and then I saw actually someone was like crouched down and trying to I just open it.
Okay.
And then I thought it was just maintenance. I thought opening was why would they do that in the first knock?
Yeah.
So, and then I said, excuse me, and as I said that, they tried to duck out, and I could see them knocking, and then they went away, and then after that I tried to get the phone. Then when I was standing by the door, then I could see them peeping, trying to peep and take a look.
They're trying to look into that. So at no point do they ever enter your
No, they
your door? Okay, good.
Okay, so I'm going to stop it there at 1309 for the record. Did she give you a general description of this person?
Yes, she gives me a general description.
And what's the general description that was given?
So a male of an unknown race with a black jacket and a black cap. She didn't give any other details because she stated he was crouching down at the door when she knocked looked through.
And did you put that information out on the radio?
Yes, I did put that in the radio.
And did you and other officers begin to try to search for that individual?
I did not search at this time. The other officers were searching. I searched later on after this call was completed.
And at 1309, we can actually see someone in the back of her window right now. Is that right?
Yes.
And who is that person?
So that is our intern currently. Right in front of her was Corporal Bridges with UGPD.
And in standing in the threshold of, or at the door inside Tasia Lee's apartment, did you have any difficulty seeing out that back window?
No, you can see completely clearly.
Is there camera footage around this building?
Yes, there was camera footage around this building at the time.
And I'm going to take that up with another officer who looked at that. So I believe at this point, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Any questions?
Yes, Officer Simon, just briefly, it looks like so we see that you were there speaking with the caller at between 8:06 and 8:09 in the morning?
Yes, sir.
And then you left shortly after this, but then you came back later, right?
Yes, sir.
At about 9:05? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that you and Corporal Bridges came back about an hour later?
It was just me and Corporal Bridges at 9:05, and then Corporal Bridges did another check at 9:40 roughly.
Okay. And this was, I'm guessing y'all came back those two more times just to walk around and make sure you didn't see the suspicious person?
Yes, we were looking for that suspicious person again, yes.
And neither of y'all saw anyone at either 9:05 or 9:40?
No, sir.
That's all.
Anything else, Mr. Ross?
No, sir.
Can you be excused?
Yes, sir.
Any objection, Mr. Donnelly?
No.
You're excused. All right, next witness.
The state calls Sally Kierisky, K-I-R. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give in the matter of the state of Georgia versus Jose Ibarra will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, if you could have a seat, please, and adjust the microphone where you can speak into it. Spell your first and last name, please.
First name is Sally, S-A-L-L-Y. Last name is Kirkleski, K-I-R-K-L-E-W-S-K-I.
And, ma'am, what do you do for a living?
Say again, please.
What do you do for a living?
I'm a staff level researcher in public health research.
Are you a runner?
I am.
And how often do you run?
6 to 7 days a week.
How far do you run when you run?
Anywhere from 4 miles to 20, depending on what I'm training for.
Are you familiar with the trails behind the intramural fields in the University of Georgia called the Oconee Forest and those running trails back there?
I am familiar with them.
How are you familiar with those trails?
I run and walk there frequently.
How many times do you estimate you have ran and walked those trails?
I would say well over 1,000 at this point since I've been in Athens.
I want to direct your attention to the 22nd day of February 2024. Were you running that morning?
I was.
First of all, what part of town were you living in, and how did you get to the fields? Did you drive? Did you run? Did you walk?
I was living off of South Millage Avenue, and I ran there.
You ran there. About what time did you leave your house?
Around
is the letters RTD. That stands for range to device. And then it says 0.34 MI, so that's 0.34 miles. So again, that's going to be a timing advance activity. So in this instance, at 2:09 a.m., the phone checked in with the network and reported an approximate distance of 0.34 miles.
And this is just a hypothetical not associated with this case?
Correct.
Just explaining how the records look?
Correct.
All right. Your next page 9.
Again, these are just the devices that I was asked to review, both cell phone records, extraction, location history, and also the Garmin GPS watch.
And focusing on the T-Mobile Jose Ibarra number that we see there. So could you tell the court what different types of data did you look at for him and his device?
Yeah, so I reviewed both the call detail records, so again, the phone bill with the tower information, timing advance records from T-Mobile, and extraction location history.
Which is Rubin data.
Which is the Rubin data.
And if you could, just so we're not confused when you say that, can you just say Rubin data?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you looked at all 3 of those things for his location.
I did.
Thank you. All right, let's start with Laken Riley. Is that who slide number 11 is dealing with?
It is.
Go ahead and tell us what we're looking at here at slide number 11.
Yeah. Your Honor, may I stand and point? Yes. All right, so each of the map slides will look approximately the same. What we'll see here is on the very top will be the date time period.
I'm just going to move this a little closer to you so make sure Madam Court can hear you. Okay.
At the top will be the date and the time period of the map. On the top left-hand portion up here will be any phones or watch information. So again, on this slide, we see it's the blue phone associated with Miss Riley and her watch. On the right-hand side here will be any locations of interest. I was given several locations of interest to compare the locations of the phones and watches to. So we have R being the Ibarra residence here. You see that yellow box here. Blue LR is the Laken Riley residence. We see that with this blue square up here. And then the crime scene where the body was located, we have here, we see that as the red box here. So in this example, or on this slide, we're looking at 903 to 953. And this is just Laken Riley's timing advance records, call detail records, and her GPS watch. So if we look at the cell phone activity first, we see at 9:03:09, there was a timing advance report of 0.68 miles. So we get the tower, we get the sector or side of the tower, and then what we can see here is that device reported a distance of 0.68 miles. So within this tower and sector, this shaded area right here is 0.68 miles. So we have the timing advance arc there. We have an outgoing call placed at 9:03, 35 seconds to a phone number 6550. And then the next activity is at 9:10:50. We have a timing advance arc of 0.58, which is this timing advance arc right here. At 9:11:05 a.m. is an outgoing call placed to 911. And then the next timing advance, there's several timing advance, but the next one we looked at was at 9:53:11. Same arc right here as this one before, 0.58 miles. And then a next incoming call again to that 6855.
And so go ahead.
So again, that's just the information from the phone data from Verizon in this case. What we also plotted here is the watch location. So again, when she activated her run session at approximately 9:03 a.m. in the morning, it turned that watch into a GPS tracker. So again, that watch is then constantly recording among lots of different pieces of evidence or lots of different pieces of activity about her, the location. So we could track her location as she was running down here, and at 9:06:42 she went into the woods here, and then we can see she went up, hit this trail about 9:08, and then started moving east, and then about 9:09:42